The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, a $20,000 claiming price, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double in pick 3 and early pick 5 wagering here. Scratch the 2, Charge It Jen. Number 2, Charge It Jen, scratched as a result of that scratch. No superfecta on the first race. Post time at 8 minutes. Fast track, turf listed good.
Field is warming up on track here to kick off the early pick 5, race 1 in 6 minutes. And taking a closer look at this 4-year-old filly by Candy Ride, the number 3, Frills, for trainer Ben Colebrook, Corey Lannery in the irons. We often see Corey like a good warm-up in his horses, and that's what I see from him here today with this filly. She's definitely on her toes. It was good bounce, good energy, everything about her on the track. And she most recently ran 7 furlongs against, I thought, a pretty good field in the likes of Honey Parade. I also think that she's going to benefit from cutting back in distance. You can see her. She just looks like a very strong sprinter, strong shoulder, strong behind the saddle too. And she looks more like a 3/4 type of sprinter. So I actually think she could improve with the cutback from 7 furlongs to 6 furlongs today. And then we'll take a look at the 1, Stolen Beauty. She will have to work out a trip from the rail. There are other fast fillies in this race, including the 3-2 favorite to the outside. And that's really the biggest question of whether or not she can get the right type of trip, the 1, Stolen Beauty. But she, I thought, looked really nice in the post parade. Hopefully we get a look at her in just a minute. But she made a nice appearance on the track, as you can see from her right there. Just a classy looking filly. She really just looks the part here today, so maybe one to consider at 5-1. Now, Scott, I know you mentioned, or you just had a conversation with trainer Jason Barkley with regard to the 6, Just Fly. I was mentioning that she looked really nervous, really hot today. Did you ask him, is that her normal behavior?
It is her normal behavior. He says that she's a hot-blooded horse. She runs hot, and they just try to stay out of her way, and she continues to be revved up like she has been in the past. So as we've said before, we'll say it again, if this was not the norm, then it would be a negative. But if she's done this before and won and run big races as she has in her last few, then you've got to view it as a positive. It'd be concerning if she wasn't revved up in this nature. And he said he actually thinks that she's acting a little bit better than she has in those recent races. He's confident. Let's just say that. He expects a victory from this filly here today.
Yeah, it's great information because you don't know. Something could have happened on the walk to the paddock, but this is her normal behavior. She just gets really hot in the afternoon. You can see Miguel Mena, her rider today, kicking his feet out of the irons, just hoping to get her to relax and settle a bit more. But this is her normal behavior, so I would take that as not a negative sign here for your 6-5 favorite. We are 3 minutes out from today's opener.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. They're off. Little Miss Hot Mess broke sharply, but there goes Stolen Beauty now from the inside for the lead. Stolen Beauty moves up the rail to the front, has the early lead by almost a full length. Just Fly, though, is just off her flank and inching forward. A closer second for the move up the backstretch. Then a break of just over 2 more lengths back to Frills inside of Lil Hot Mess, and back to the back of the pack to Abramax as the field reaches the entry to the far turn. Up front, still side by side for the lead. Got Just Fly on the outside, and Stolen Beauty there to the inside as the field works their way onto the turn. That pair opens up by 3 to Lil Miss Hot Mess. Abramax Frills is at the back. The lead battle continues. Stolen Beauty fights on, puts ahead in front once again. Just Fly, though, is still right alongside. That pair comes off the far turn to the top of the stretch. 5 lengths to the good. Lil Miss Hot Mess. Then Abramax Frills is at the back. Just Fly has the lead now from Stolen Beauty. Lil Miss Hot Mess third. And Abramax in fourth. Just Fly threatening to run off as they move by the 8 pole. Is opened up on a 5-length lead. Abramax moves up to challenge for second between horses. Lil Miss Hot Mess is there to her outside. Down to the line, Just Fly chased all the way by this pair, but at the line, Just Fly, Miguel Mena to win it. Lil Miss Hot Mess up for second by a neck over Abramax in third. Further back, Stolen Beauty was fourth, and Frills was fifth.
Just Fly too much for him here as she had to duel for a bit with the one horse, puts her away. That was Stolen Beauty, who was down on the inside at this point. Gets the lead. The fillies did come on a bit, but she's just in too good a form right now. That's 3 wins in a row for this Justin Phillip filly.
Yeah, we saw Stolen Beauty. She showed a lot of speed from the gate today, and Just Fly was able to sit just off of her, but she was just much the best as we saw the 4 and the 5 closing late. But we have a 4-5 favorite to kick off today's program.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. 6, Just Fly was first. 4, Lil Miss Hot Mess was second. 5, Abramax third. 1, Stolen Beauty fourth. 6, 4, 5, 1 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, 6, Just Fly, owned by Lonnie Cowles and Jason Barkley, trained by Jason Barkley, Miguel Mena, the jockey. Just Fly, a 3-year-old filly by Justin Phillip, out of Caution Sign by Mr. Greeley. Winner bred in Kentucky by Brookstone Farm LLC and by Dr. Michael Spirito. Results of the first race official, 6, 4, 5, 1, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double pick 3 and early pick 4 wagering. Main track is listed fast, the turf listed good today. No changes in race 2, none in race 3. Looking ahead to the fourth race, a reminder in the fourth event, scratch the 9, hit the ground running. Also scratch the 14, Twinkling Night. The 9 hit the ground running, and the 14, Twinkling Night, scratched. A reminder, 13, Attain Success, draws into the race. Also keep in mind the jockey change for the 7, College Party. That's Declan Cannon. 7, College Party, Declan Cannon. Race 5, no changes at this time.
Race number 2, 22 minutes to post as we kick off the early pick 4 here with this second event, and a pretty heavy favorite out of the Tom Amos barn. That is Liz's Cable Girl, who sits at 6-5. I'm going to go to the rail mare, Keep Your Distance, for Heads Up Racing and Robertino Diodoro. Second off the claim, positive stats for the barn, and this is a horse that gets back to dirt. Her recent dirt races, she always just simply shows up. She's got good gate speed. Don't be surprised if she's able to make the lead down on the inside with Gabe Saez in the saddle. 5-1, a big price on this filly. Taking a try against the 6-5 favorite, that being the number 4 horse. Scamania, my second choice for Rapoli stable, claimed by Maker last time out. You've seen what Maker has been able to do over the course of this week, having 3 wins just yesterday. Expect big things again from the barn today. And this is a mare that ran at Saratoga against much tougher company. Now, the claim for $62,000 and the drop in for $32,000 is certainly not ideal, but the class relief that she's getting at 4-1 right now, you've got to expect her to run a much better race than she has in quite some time here in race number 2. And then Namazar is my third choice for M&M Racing, another one for Robertino Diodoro, another horse taking a drop down in class. But M&M Racing, they are very aggressive in getting their victories, and they're doing it again here with Robertino Diodoro. Diodoro is aggressive with these runners, and this is a filly that was last seen at Lone Star, has been training over at Churchill Downs to get ready for this Keeneland debut. So watch out for her on the aggressive drop down in class. I'm going 5-1, over 4-1, over 6-1 here in the second event.
Yeah, I'm going to pick up where you left off, Scott, with the number 5, Nomazar, as the top selection here. I just think that this is a great price on this horse, too, at 6-1. You look at the races that she was running in, especially in the winter and the spring at Oaklawn, and we have talked about this time and time again, how tough those races were at Oaklawn, especially the allowance races. And she was competitive in some of them. In fact, even won the A Other Than back in March at Oaklawn and beat a good field in doing so. I think the 7 furlongs, although she has never tried this distance, should be okay for her, just considering her running style. She does like to close from off of the pace. The question is, does that pace come back to her, and where does it come from? I think it probably comes from the 2, Scamania, and also the 4, Liz's Cable Girl, who I use in second here for trainer Tom Amos. Now, this filly, or mare, I should say, a 6-year-old mare, 13-time winner, and she's made over $520,000 in her career. She's an old classy mare. There's no doubt about that. But she, too, was, facing tough competition over the winter and the spring at Oaklawn. You see those tougher allowance optional claiming races. And then stakes competition, most recently at Monmouth. I guess it's interesting to see her in for that $32,000 tag. It comes as no surprise from Tom Amos, though, because he likes to aggressively place his horses. But we'll see what she can do here today. I do think off of that form that she has recently, she's probably the horse to beat. She comes in with the most class and recent class. The 1, Keep Your Distance, will be the third selection for me. Robertino Diodoro, the other horse for him. They tried the turf, to go back to the turf with this horse at Kentucky Downs last time out, showed speed, faded to be beaten as the favorite. So I think this is just a realistic spot. And I wonder if Gabe Saez will be aggressive from the rail post. I don't think he has any other option. And she does have some natural speed, especially at the 7 furlong distance. So I will use her in third, but trying to beat the favorite here with the 5, Nomazar. 5-4-1 for me in the second race, which kicks off the early pick 4.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, a $32,000 claiming price, 7 furlongs over the fast main track, double pick 3 and early pick 4 wagering. No changes in this second race. Post time in just 9 minutes. A reminder, the main track is fast. The turf is listed good.
Horses on track here for the second race, and we're taking a closer look at the 9-5 favorite, the number 4, Liz's Cable Girl, for trainer Tom Amis. She comes in off of a victory against restricted state-bred stakes competition at Monmouth Park last time out. And I think this is probably just a competitive, aggressive move for the barn because she looks great on track. She looks very fit. She looks like she's been holding really nice condition. So I don't really have anything negative to say about this favorite on track. Now, the 5, Namazar, is the one mare filly, I should say, that I decided to try to beat the favorite with. And she looks good, but a completely different physical than your favorite. She's more of a slight type of filly. You can see she it doesn't hold much of her condition like the 4 Liz's Cable Girl does, but she certainly does look fit, and she looks good galloping over the track here right now under David Cohen. Scott, I know you just spoke to Buff Bradley with regard to the 3 Shasta Star. What did he have to say?
He said that the owner always wanted to try her on turf, and that's why they took her over to Kentucky Downs and tried her on the turf, and surprised them a little bit with the way that she drug Martine around there out on the front end, and was able to pull off that victory at 17-1. Asked if she'll be as effective on the dirt today. He says, well, in the mornings, she sure has given them the impression that she will be. Also asked, what does he expect as far as the pace is concerned? He said, there's some other speed in here, but if they want to give her the lead, they'll obviously be fine with taking it. And one of I think the biggest takeaways from his discussion with me was his reference to Kentucky Downs racing and really how do those races translate to the next out because of the uniqueness of Kentucky Downs? And I think that's something that we have discussed quite often, especially during this meet with Kentucky Downs being part of recent form. Do those races translate? What made her so good? Was it the turf? Was it the distance? What's going to happen here today? We'll find out if you're willing to take a swing that she can build off of that form or maintain it. She's a good price, 6-1.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Scamania from the inside. Diamond Coat far outside. Here comes Keep Your Distance moving up down toward the inside now. And also Shasta Star from between horses. Shasta Star moves up to the outside of Scamania. Keep Your Distance joins them down to the inside. Liz's Cable Girl goes fourth. Diamond Coat fifth. And Namazar moves up one spot from sixth down toward the inside. 3 lengths off the lead. Front 3 still in a line separated by a half length. Keep Your Distance. And then Scamania and Shasta Star far outside. 22.98 the time for the opening quarter. Those 3 guide the field to the far turn. Namazar moves up another spot into fourth, now looking for some more running room. Just a length and a half off the front trio, gap of 2 more back to Liz's Cable Girl. Diamond Coat has to go wide from the back of the pack, 5 from the front as they round the far turn. Keep Your Distance and Scamania separated by a neck for the top spot. They're at the quarter pole. Shasta Star is in third. Namazar looks for running room behind that front trio of horses. And then here comes Liz's Cable Girl to the outside, and Diamond Coat in the center of the track still last. Namazar running right by the top 2. At the 8th pole, coming to the 16th pole, Namazar has just slammed the door on this field. Further back, Scamania is still fighting on, trying to hang on for second, but Namazar just blows them away in the stretch here for David Cohen. Across the line, it was Scamania who got second, going to be close for third.
The aggressive placement pays off for Namazar, and Kurt Becker nailed it. She blows the doors off this field for M&M Racing. Congratulations out to that team. Robertino Diodoro and David Cohen, last seen at Lone Star against Allowance Company, trounces this field here today at Keeneland.
Yeah, when I was watching this race, I was getting a little bit worried for a second, Scott, because David Cohen was not moving at all on her, but he knew the rocket ship that he was on here today, and she gets an easy victory at 3-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. 5 Namazar first, 2 Scamania second, 1 Keep Your Distance third, 4 Liz's Cable Girl fourth. 5-2-1-4, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the unofficial winner, number 5, Namazar, owned by M&M Racing of Mike Sisk, trained by Robertino Diodoro. The jockey is David Cohen. Namazar, 4-year-old filly by Tapazar, out of Forbidden Brew by Milwaukee Brew, bred in Kentucky by Richard Pearden. 7 furlongs, 1 minute 24.64 seconds over the fast main track, and the results of race 2 are official. 5-2-1-4, the official results. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. No changes in the third event. Looking ahead to the fourth race, a reminder in race 4, scratch the 9, Hit the Ground Runnin', and scratch 14, Twinkling Night. 9, Hit the Ground Runnin', and 14, Twinkling Night, scratched. A reminder, 13, Attain Success, draws into the race. Jockey change on the 7, College Party, Declan Cannon. Declan Cannon rides 7, College Party. Race 5 has no changes at this time.
20 minutes away from race number 3 here at Keeneland. This third event, a 50,000 claimer, non-winners of 2 lifetime, and 7 furlongs will be the distance. There's a look at the favorite. My top selection, It's a Wrap for Clark Brewster and Steve Asmussen, a gelding that they claimed for 40,000 up at Saratoga in that turf event back in mid-August. Brought him back to Churchill Downs, ran him on the dirt. That was his first start since his first 2 starts were on dirt at Aqueduct, where he'd run good races in Maiden Special Weight Company. You got to respect this claim, the move, and they're not being over-aggressive with him, just moving right into that next spot for 50 against non-winners of 2 company. I would assume that they would prefer not to be on the rail, but that's where what they've been dealt here today. And there's a chance that this horse could make the lead if Ricardo wants to take it, because I think he's a touch quicker than that of Trash Talking Yankee as well as Peruvian Boy. Truthfully, he might be just the quickest horse in here, period. So he is a danger to go wire to wire, 7 furlongs, and that's why he's 6-5. The second choice for me is Trash Talking Yankee. We'll see what Giroux is able to do with him coming away from the starting gate. His last sprint, 7 furlongs at Ellis 2 starts ago, was a solid third. He had the lead, ended up beaten in the end by 2 lengths in that race, and that was against Allowance Company. They dropped him in, did Tom Vanberg for 50 routing last time out, so shortens him up here today. He is a proven sprinter. He broke his maiden at Oaklawn Park when with M&M Racing and Robertino Diodoro, a day that he was claimed for $25,000 by Tom Vanberg and running down a dream stable. 5-2, the clear second choice right now here in race number 3. And then Hirsch, the number 5, you got to respect him on the class drop that he takes. He was in a very difficult race back on Kentucky Derby Day at Churchill Downs in that $100,000 A Other Than, which Coastal Defense, Sir Alfred James, came out of there. We'll see Coastal Defense running this weekend, the runner-up in that race. So pay attention if you're playing the races with it this weekend to what Hirsch is able to do here today on the class drop. Gabby, we'll see what he's able to do from the get-go. He's shown speed from the gate in the past. It's been a while since he's won a race. He's only won for 14. So Corey Lannery with the outside draw. It'd be interesting to see what approach he decides to take here today, as trainer Jason Barkley is looking for his second win on the card. He took the opener.
Yeah, I think this is a good spot for him. Yeah, it's been quite some time since he's found the winner circle, so that's why I did use him in third, but I respect him to use in the top 3 here. I opt for the 2, Trash Talkin' Yankee for Tom Vanberg, for many of the reasons that you mentioned, Scott, but mostly because I like the cutback in distance. He competed at 7 furlongs against Hirsch, 2 starts back at Ellis Park. I thought, all considering, was a good race. He kind of made that move and then seemingly faded a bit, but then they decided to stretch him out to 2 turns at 1 mile and a 16th at Churchill Downs. I think all of this will do him well in cutting back to the 7 furlongs. He may need even shorter, but he could sit the right type of trip under Florent Giroux today. And then the 1, It's a Wrap. I understand that this horse is probably the class of the race, but he really does need to work out a trip from the rail post. Sometimes, especially considering his running style, I don't know if he gets that right type of trip. I think the 4 Substantial's probably a bit quicker. I mean, we know how good Ricardo Santana is coming out of the gate and securing a front-running position, so maybe that's going to be the approach here today. But it was a good race last time out for that $50,000 level. This is a logical spot. Winners of 2 lifetime at this level. So, yeah, from his class alone, he should be a favorite, but it'll be interesting to see how Ricardo Santana navigates that rail draw today. And then finally, the 5 Hirsch, as Scott was mentioning. It's been quite some time since this horse won. He's 0 for 9 and this year. He was 0 for 3 in 2019. So obviously the $50,000 level is more suitable for him. But this is a tough race. I think that some of these horses are dropping in class to make this, tougher than normal $50,000 race. So we will see what he can do. But he is a winner at 7 furlongs, and he's been competitive at 7 furlongs in his most recent events. He is on the board right now at 9-2, but the betting public landing on the 1, It's a Wrap, at 3-2.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. 3-year-olds and up with a $50,000 claiming price. 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. No changes in the third. Post time at 8 minutes.
Seven minutes out from the third race today at Keeneland, and we're looking at the number 3 Peruvian Boy for Ignacio Correas. This horse is making his second start off of the freshening. Last time out, faced $50,000 competition and finished third in that race at Churchill Downs. I just liked this horse's appearance on track. He kind of caught my eye when he was still in the paddock, and I was observing him in the post parade alongside his pony, and he just seems like he's very fit today. He's got a lot of definition. There's no fat on him. He looks fit. He looks happy. The question is whether or not he can get the 7 furlong distance. He's competed at this distance before in the past and has 2 third-place finishes in that, but that was against tougher competition for sure. Higher allowance competition in the past, and sometimes even stakes company. So this seems like a logical spot for him, and he can build off of his last race at 3/4, but mostly I just like him and how he looks on track today. Now the number 2, Trash Talkin' Yankee, is the horse that I opted for here as the top pick, just off of his form. I like the fact that he is cutting back in distance. Last time out, he showed a little bit of interest early and then faded to finish 4th against $50,000 claimers, but that was at 1 mile and a 16th. And if you look at him, he definitely doesn't look like a route horse. He looks more like a sprinter, so it kind of makes sense that most of his career he has been sprinting. So just from that standpoint alone, I do like the fact that he is cutting back to 7 furlongs. It just seems like a better distance for him here today. But all eyes on the 1. It's a wrap, as he is your heavy favorite at 3-2, and we are 5 minutes out from the third.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. They are at the post. They're off. There goes Substantial from between horses, but here's Trash Talkin' Yankee down to the inside, and these two come to the front together in the opening stride. Substantial from the outside has the early lead by just a head. Trash Talkin' Yankee right there to the inside. Break of 3 lengths. It's a Wrap goes third by a neck. Peruvian Boy fourth by just over 2, and then Hirsch, the Feature, is last for the move up the back stretch. Back up front, the lead battle continues. Substantial to the outside, Trash Talkin' Yankee to the inside, Peruvian Boy 2 lengths away, third, a half length. It's a Wrap, the Feature, Hirsch at the back. 23.46 seconds was the time for the first quarter. Into the far turn, Trash Talkin' Yankee now puts ahead in front. Substantial fights back again on the outside. 2 more lengths. Peruvian Boy still third and neck. It's a Wrap is looking for running room down toward the inside and fourth. And then the Feature, the gray, has to move to the outside in fifth. And Hirsch is last. They move around the far turn. To the top of the stretch they come. And it is Trash Talkin' Yankee and Substantial continuing their battle. It's a Wrap is behind them. The Feature is fourth on the outside, now taking third, but still 3 lengths from the lead. Substantial has a head in front from Trash Talkin' Yankee. Nothing yet from It's a Wrap. The Feature is in third. Hirsch goes to fourth. Deep stretch now for Substantial. Trash Talkin' Yankee second. The Feature is third. Substantial pulls the upset. Miguel Mena, 2 wins on the card. The Feature was up from the outside for second at the expense of Trash Talkin' Yankee third.
Randy Morris's Substantial gets the victory here. Things changed away from the gate when the favorite was just not sharp. Then we had a 2-horse battle down the backstretch. That battle ultimately won by the 4, and he also wins the war. Substantial taking the third.
This is a horse who's recently competed on the turf, but it looks like the move back to the dirt was a successful one today. Substantial, nice price at 14-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. 4 Substantial was first. 6 The Feature was second. 2 Trash Talk and Yankee third. 5 Hirsch was fourth. 4-6-2-5 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the official winner, number 4, Substantial. Owned by Michael Langford, trained by Randy Morse. 2 wins for Miguel Mena today. Substantial, a 3-year-old son of Race Day out of Miss Euphoria by Aragorn. The winner bred in Kentucky by WindQuest Thoroughbreds LLC. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 24.81 seconds. Results are official. 4-6-2-5, official for Keeneland's third event. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $12,101. A reminder, scratch number 9, Hit the Ground Runnin', and scratch 14, Twinkling Night. 9, Hit the Ground Runnin', and 14, Twinkling Night, scratched. 13, Attain Success, draws into the race. A reminder, the jockey for the 7 College Party, Declan Cannon. Declan Cannon rides 7. Fifth race has no changes. Sixth race, a reminder, the turf is listed good. The rail's at 15 feet. In that sixth event, scratch the 2 Captain Maestri and scratch the 8 Carmichael. 2 Captain Maestri and 8 Carmichael scratched.
Race number 4, $8,000 claimers running for a nice purse, $20,000 the purse for this level, 6 furlongs the distance. And this is a race that holds a lot of experience and a lot of wins between these runners. My top play is going to be the number 12 horse. That is Victory Element, a horse that is trained and owned by Joe Sharp, a gelding by Pioneer of the Nile that was run at Kentucky Downs in a starter 10 last time out, ran a decent race as the favorite, gets back to dirt today. You've got to like the outside draw. He looks well down in the paddock. Victory Element 6-1, part of the wonderful betting opportunity that you have here with the big prices that we have on horses that make a lot of sense. Now, the shortest price, Park Ridge Bunny, even money. Does he make sense? Absolutely, he makes sense. He's got a nice outside draw. He's got Santana in the saddle, and he was claimed for $10,000 at Churchill by Steve Asmussen and shows up here for $8,000. I have no problem with this move, especially in referencing the amount of money that they're running for here in $20,000. He needs to get a win, though. He's 0 for 9 here in 2020. His only other race at Keeneland was a victory. Even money on the board. I respect him. I think he's being a bit overplayed in here. We'll see how he backs up this action that he's getting in race number 4. And then I'll go to the 8 horse at 19-1, maybe getting a little sentimental here, Gabby, as I tend to at times. This is a Rocky Bar gelding, an Arizona bred AAA ranch. They've bred so many good horses through the years, and this is a gelding that has speed. Look at his races at Canterbury, going 5 and 5.5. Ultra quick. He gets back on dirt here today. Chris Richard trains him. Jimmy Graham gets the opportunity. If he has that same sort of quickness, watch out for him to make an impact in this race at 19-1.
And he's got Jimmy Graham in the saddle, who knows how to get one out of the gate, too. So, yes, I definitely think he's going to be a pace presence. He's very, very quick, especially taking his recent form to the main track at 6 furlongs. I ultimately landed on the even money shot here, Scott, the 11, Park Ridge Benny. But I am very surprised to see this horse so low on the board. I thought this was a really tough competitive betting race. So I don't know if you can take a short price on any particular runner, but this horse has been in good form against good competition, and it's first off the claim for Steve Asmussen. I will be honest, I didn't really have a strong grasp in this race, but this horse just made sense to me. It looks like he could get the right trip to the outside, good connections here. But again, I don't know if I would take a really short price on a horse that is in such a competitive race, but he looks great in the paddock there, no surprise. The 12 Victory Element is the other horse that I'll use. The only issue with him, and I would have actually picked him on top if he drew a post position towards the middle of the field. This just seems like a horse that needs the lead, and with speed towards his inside, and considering he has to break way out there, I don't think he gets the right type of trip. I think he ultimately will have to press from the outside, especially coming out of that 7/8 turf sprint at Kentucky Downs. So I think the class is there. He just doesn't seem like he'll be able to clear from the outside. If he does, well, I like him even more. Now, the one Maniacal is the third horse. This is a horse that just knows how to win, a 7-time winner, old-time 7-year-old, and he has taken a big drop in class. I think it's interesting that he is kind of chilly on the tote board at 5-1. He's been facing Allowance Company as of late. He's already a winner this year. I know that came sprinting on the turf against 2 other than Allowance competition. But this is a horse that knows how to win, and he's coming out of tough races, including going against the likes of Hollis, who has 3 victories in a row. So Maniacal on the drop in class, I think, is a must-use in this race as well. Tough race. Again, surprised that we have a 6-5 favorite on the board, but several ways to go if you so choose. We are 16 minutes out from the 4th race. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. Waiver claiming for a price of $8,000, 3-year-olds and up. 6 furlongs, fast main track. Double, pick 3 wagering. Super High 5 jackpot, carryover, $12,101. A reminder, scratch the 9, hit the ground running. Scratch the 14, Twinkling Night. A reminder, 13, Attained Success draws into the race. Jockey for the 7 College Party, Declan Cannon. Declan Cannon rides the 7 College Party. 8 minutes to post.
Taking a closer look at some of these contenders on track for the upcoming 4th race, and we'll go to the inside. Maniacal here getting a very strong warm-up under Corey Lannery. I mentioned this earlier. He often does like to do that. Kind of like a little bit of a test drive before you hit the road for this race here. Corey Lannery giving a good warm-up for Maniacal. He is a little bit warm today. It's not bothering me, though, because, again, we've had warmer temperatures today and yesterday and then we've had over the course of the past couple of weeks. It just shows that, you know, he's working and he's sweating. It's definitely not a problem. I just think from a physical standpoint, though, he looks great on track. We'll go to the way outside. We started with the inside and we go to the way outside. That's the 13 Attain Success. Don't forget that this horse draws into the field. And I actually thought that he was pretty good looking in the post parade as well. Robertino Diodora already with a very impressive winner on today's program earlier, and this horse is taking a drop in class. So he caught my eye in the post parade and in the preliminary warm-ups here. And I think probably a horse that you should use if betting this race. Scott, who caught your eye or who did you want to mention here trackside?
Just spoke to the trainer of the 8th Royal Privacy, Chris Richard, a gelding that we talked about before the race. He's got a tremendous amount of speed when he's right. Asked him how this plan came together to bring him down to Keeneland. He said, this is plan B. They were originally scheduled to take his horses. He would leave Canterbury and head down to Louisiana, but with the hurricane coming through, they've had to push back those dates and the start of those race meets. So that's how he's ended up here with Royal Privacy. He said one of the things that he can get in his own way coming away from the gate, and it's not necessarily stumbling. He just at times doesn't break sharp. If he breaks sharp, then he can be dangerous in here. So that's going to be key for him if he wants to spring the upset at 14-1 with Jimmy Graham. But as you pointed out, Jimmy's very good away from the starting gate. So potentially this could be a good recipe for an upset performance from Royal Privacy, the 8.
And he's an 8-time winner at this distance, too. So he could be the speed of the speed here coming up next. A 14-1 shot, but all eyes on the 11. Still your favorite at 2-1.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race. They are at the post. They're off. Nice Work unseated the rider coming out of the gate. Number 4, Nice Work, has unseated the jockey. In the meantime, Royal Privacy comes out for the lead, quickly gets over to the rail. Park Ridge Benny is away running in second. Victory Element third up on the far outside. Ghostly Who is away in fourth. Maniacal is fifth, followed by Giddy Meister, one lane off the rail in sixth. Attain Success toward the far outside is in the seventh position. College Party is eighth. Red, Blue, and True is in ninth as they round the far turn. And then Mark My Way, who's next to last, and Luke Silver is the trailer. 22.69 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Park Ridge Benny, the leader. Victory Element moves up on the outside. Top two on even terms off the far turn. A gap of 3 more lengths back to Ghostly Who in third. A margin of 5 more back to the rest of the field into the stretch. Back up front, Victory Element has a short lead. Ghostly Who is right alongside. They both move by. Park Ridge Benny in third, and Ghostly Who is kicking on with a widening margin. Ghostly Who and David Cohen at the 16th pole, a 6-length lead. It'll be the second win on the card for these connections. Ghostly Who draws clear to win it. Close for second. That will either be Victory Element or a late closing Attain Success, one of those two for that runner-up spot.
Well spread out field here as it's Ghostly Who stopping the time. The clock rather at 1:10 and 1 as the Robertina Diodoro horses are simply firing big shots here today at Keeneland.
Yeah, this horse opening up by multiple lengths in the end. Easy victory here for the 3 Ghostly Who at 6-1.
Photo for place, hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. 3 Ghostly Who finished first. 12 Victory Element was second. 13 Attain Success third. 2 Mark My Way fourth. 11 Park Ridge Benny fifth. 3, 12, 13, 2, 11 unofficial. Inquiry sign posted. Hold all tickets. Result unofficial. More on the inquiry in just a moment. In the winner's circle is the 3 Ghostly Who, M&M Racing Mike Sisk, Robertino Diodoro, David Cohen. 2 wins on the card. Ghostly Who, 5-year-old gelded son of a Prado again out of Grand Lele Drive by Grand Slam, bred in New Mexico by Sam and Sammy Stevens. Result unofficial. In Keeneland's 4th race, there is a steward's inquiry focusing on the 11 shortly after the start of the race. Steward's inquiry focusing on the 11 Park Ridge Benny shortly after the start. The unofficial 5th place finisher. Hold all tickets. On the video boards, the split screen showing the steward's inquiry shortly after the start, focusing on the 11. Disqualification in today's fourth race of number 11, Park Ridge Benny. Stewards have ruled that number 11, Park Ridge Benny, shall be disqualified from fifth and placed last for interference on the backstretch shortly after the start against the 7 College Party. As a result of that placing, this means that number 10, Red, Blue, and True, who finished sixth, is promoted to fifth. And the new numbers are 3, 12, 13, 2, 10. Results are now official for the fourth race. 3, 12, 13, 2, 10. Official. Keeneland's fifth upcoming. The main track is listed fast. The turf is listed good. Race 5, double pick 3, and pick 6 wagering. There is no carryover for the pick 6. There is a carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $16,326. Late jockey change in this fifth race on the 7, Brian Hernandez Jr. Number 7, make the jockey, Brian Hernandez Jr. on Grimpon. Looking ahead to the sixth race, scratch the 2, Captain Maestri, scratch the 8, Carmichael. 2, Captain Maestri, 8, Carmichael, scratched. Seventh race, no changes at this time. Eighth race, no changes. Featured ninth, the Buffalo Trace, Franklin County, scratched the 1, Bohemian Bourbon, scratched the 4, Tomlin. 1, Bohemian Bourbon, and 4, Tomlin, both scratched. 10th and final race, scratch the 1, Goulding. That's in the 10th race, scratch the 1, Goulding. Fast track, turf listed good.
In race 4 at Keeneland today, there was a steward's inquiry posted involving an incident approaching the 5/16 pole that involved 5th place number 11, Park Ridge Benny, written by Ricardo Santana Jr. The 5/8 pole, correction. A steward's inquiry was posted involving an incident approaching the 5/8 pole and involved 5th place 11, Park Ridge Benny, ridden by Ricardo Santana Jr., and the 11th place number 7, College Party, ridden by Declan Cannon. After reviewing the race replay and interviewing the riders, the stewards determined that number 11 came over in front of the 7 while not clear, causing number 7 to clip his heel and steady sharply. For the interference near the 5/8 pole, number 11 was disqualified from 5th place, placed 11th behind number 7. The official order of finish, 3, 12, 13, 2, 10.
All right, 14 minutes away from race number 5. Before we dive into this race, we saw Julian Leperoux unseated coming away from the starting gate. And I know, Gabby, you've got some details on exactly what is going on with him currently.
Yes, I did have the opportunity to speak to Bob Elliston, and he did mention that Julian's vitals are good. He's moving his extremities, but he is going to the hospital for further evaluation out of precaution.
So Bob Elliston, the vice president of racing here at Keeneland. We do have the rider change here in race 5, in case you missed that from Kurt Becker's announcement. It's the 7, and it's Brian Hernandez Jr. who picks up the mount. I'm certain that we'll be hearing more riders changes here as we progress in those later races with the Leperoux scheduled ridden horses. All right, let's dive into this one. Flatoya, my top selection. Today's the day. This is a filly that we've seen compete quite a bit. She's run big races against tougher company. All she has to do is replicate that. She's in a spot here to succeed. And at 8-5, that's why she's this short of a price. If she runs the way that she has in her dirt races, she should win this race here today, in for a tag for the first time. Telluride Queen, the number 2 horse, is my second play. Here's a filly, just a $4,000 purchase at Keeneland November 2019, who's coming in with some decent workouts. I'm keying off that September 11th workout of 48-2 right here at Keeneland, and came back with some strong 5/8 works. We'll see if Phil Sims has this one ready to go for Champion Racing Stable and Corey Lannery, who will be riding. And then finally, the full horse Twirling Dervish for Rusty Arnold and Ashbrook Farm, a filly by Twirling Candy. You should be plenty ready off of her series of workouts here today. The dam has been productive. The dam of this filly, she's 4 for 4 with her runners. We'll see where she falls in here. But this race absolutely goes through Flatoya. One of the most straightforward races that you will see this weekend, Gabby.
We have seen some heavy favorites lose today, though. They haven't been having a good time of it here, so we'll see if that trend continues. I do respect her, but I'm opting to go against her just slightly with the 7 Grimpante for trainer Ian Wilkes. This is first off the claim for the New Connections. They claimed this filly for $25,000 last time out off of trainer Todd Pletcher. And she was debuted against Maiden Specialweight Company at Tampa, and then she would come back to face Maiden Claiming Competition. She was the beaten favorite. It was not an impressive performance by any means, but I'm just thinking that this is the right level for her at $30,000, and also considering her pedigree by Empire Maker out of a pulpit mare, she may be okay on the dirt, and in fact improve on the dirt today. With the cutback in distance, I don't think she's going to be forwardly placed, but there's plenty of pace in here that I think she she can close into. So she was kind of the other horse in here for me, and she's offering a good price at 6-1. The 3, Flatoya, yes, she's certainly the horse to beat. She has speed. She's got an inside post, but not the rail. And she also does drop in class. This is the first time for the maiden $30,000 tag. And her last time on the dirt, she faced maiden special weight competition at Ellis Park, in which she showed speed and then was just defeated by Majestic Blend. And that was an okay race for the level. So from a tactical standpoint and a class standpoint, there's no doubt about it. She is the horse to beat, but I just am not in love with the price at 3-2. And then finally, the 6, Charmed One, I also thought was pretty interesting. Her first race off the layoff, she showed speed and faded against slightly tougher competition. That race for maiden 50 came up a little bit tougher at Churchill Downs last time out. So now she's taking another step down in class, and she has an outside post position. I just think, that last race at 6.5 furlongs could set her up nicely on the drop and cut back slightly to 6 furlongs with speed to the outside. She also gets Tyler Gaffleone, who had a good day on yesterday's program. But riders are up. You can see we are 10 minutes out from the 5th.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race. Double in pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6 as well. No carryover for the pick 6. There is a carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $16,326. In this 5th race, a reminder the jockey for the 7, Grimpont, is Brian Hernandez Jr. 7 Grimpont. Brian Hernandez Jr. is the jockey. Main track is fast, turf listed good, post time at 7 minutes for today's 5th race.
5 minutes out from this next race, and we're looking at the number 6 Charmed One, or kind of looking at the 6 Charmed One past the pony. I was really interested in this filly. I mentioned in the paddock that I like the fact that she had a 6.5 furlong race underneath of her belt against Tougher, in which she showed speed and faded last out. Now in her second start off of the layoff, she looks fit. She looks ready to go, and this just seems like the right type of level here for trainer Ron Marquette. She's definitely a good-looking filly and a filly on her toes, so I would imagine maybe a similar approach today with Tyler Gaffalione and the irons just to show some speed out of the gate. The 3 Flatoya, for trainer Brian Lynch, which we'll get to here next. She is your heavy favorite. I can't really say anything negative about her. She is a little bit warm, but as I mentioned in the race prior, it's a warmer type day. The last 2 days have been kind of unseasonably warm, but she certainly is the horse to beat in here, and I can't really go against her here. One other horse, the 7 Grimpant, for trainer Ian Wilkes. I wanted to take a look at this filly who is warming up on track, because she is actually the top selection for me. She's 8-1 on the board. Once again, Brian Hernandez picking up the mount for Julien Leroux. And she is making her dirt debut today. It looks like she's been working forwardly on the dirt, though, at Keeneland here locally. And I just like this move for trainer Ian Wilkes. He claimed her for 25. Why not try a different surface, as this 3-year-old filly is by Empire Maker. So a heavy favorite on the board right now, the 3 Flatoya, as this race does kick off the pick 6. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, start of the pick 6. They are at the post. They're off. Twirling Dervish was off a step slowly. There goes Flatoya out for the lead. Tezzarina has speed to the inside. Charmed One joins them, now taking second from Tezzarina for the move up the back stretch. Ashley's New Shoes goes fourth around the outside of Telluride Queen, who's fifth in between horses. Hold On to Your Tierra, sixth between horses at the back of the pack. Joined there by Grimpont, who's wide at seventh, and Twirling Dervish, eighth back toward the rail. Opening quarter went in 22.78 seconds. They round the far turn. Flatoya, the leader by 3 lengths here. Tezzarina goes in the second position. Ashley's New Shoes moves up in third to the outside. Now Tezzarina and Ashley's New Shoes starting to bear down behind Flatoya. And then comes Telluride Queen, who moves up fourth to the inside. Charmed One has dropped back in fifth. Flatoya, the leader. Telluride Queen looks for room to the rail. Tezzarina swings to the outside. They've still got to get Flatoya at the eighth pole. Tezzarina just off her flank. Flatoya fighting off the challenge so far. Telluride Queen back there in third. Tezzarina, a final run after Flatoya, who still has the lead a half length. Flatoya turns back the challenge. Flatoya under the line first for Chris Landeros. Tezzarina was home second. Telluride Queen was third. And then it was Twirling Dervish who came from last to be fourth.
Flatoya finds the right group here today for Susan and Jim Hill and Brian Lynch. She had to work for it as Tezzarina was coming at her, but the 1-2 favorite is able to hold on.
Yeah, she was quick out of the gate here today, but right here you kind of see the number one, Tezzarina. She couldn't quite go past the 3, and then she ultimately changes course to go towards the rail. So it'll be interesting to maybe take another look at this, but Flatoya quick out of the gate and on top of the wire here in the 5th.
Photo for 5th. Hold all tickets. Objection sign posted concerning the top 2 and the unofficial result at Keeneland for race 5. Hold all tickets. More in a moment. Program feed and Stewart's view on the split screen right now. Objection concerning the top 2 and the unofficial result. Hold all tickets. No change. No change in today's fifth race. The rider of the 1, Tezzarina, had filed a claim of foul against the rider of the 3, Flatoya, alleging interference in the stretch. Stewards have completed their review, and there will be no change in the result of race 5. It is now official as is. 3-1-2-4-7. Official for Keeneland's fifth race. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth, the official winner, 3, Flatoya, owned by Susan and Jim Hill, trained by Brian Lynch. Chris Landeros is the jockey. Flatoya, 3-year-old filly by Flatter, out of Sky Hasoya by Bluegrass Cat, bred in Kentucky by Pedro Gonzalez and George Herrera. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 12.12 seconds. Early pick 5 at Keeneland pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. There will be a carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot as we head on to race 6. That carryover $17,828. Again, that's for the Super High 5 jackpot. Race 6, double pick 3, late pick 5 wagering. A reminder, the turf is listed good. The rail's at 15 feet. In this 6th race, scratch the 2 Captain Maestri, scratch the 8 Carmichael. Scratch 2 Captain Maestri and scratch 8 Carmichael. Jockey change on number 7, gear jockey. It'll be Rafael Bejarano. Number 7, gear jockey, late change to Rafael Bejarano. Moving to the 7th race. A late jockey change there for number 6, not a problem. That'll be Martin Garcia. That's in the 7th race. A late jockey change on the 6, not a problem. That will be Martin Garcia. 8th race. Late jockey change for the 1, Mucho. Make the jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. Number 1, Mucho. The jockey will be Ricardo Santana Jr. Featured 9th race, the Buffalo Trace Franklin County. Scratch the 1, Bohemian Bourbon, and scratch the 4, Tomlin. 1, Bohemian Bourbon, and 4, Tomlin are scratched. There is a jockey change for number 7, winning envelope, Corey Lannery. Number 7, winning envelope, the jockey, Corey Lannery. 10th and final race, scratch the 1, Goulding. Number 1, Goulding is scratched. Jockey for the 9, Ocean Breeze, has been changed to Ricardo Santana Jr. 9, Ocean Breeze, Ricardo Santana Jr. Track fast, turf good.
Got 19 minutes to play the late pick 5 here today, as race number 6 is the first leg of it. It's a maiden special weight group of 3 and up, going a mile and a 16th on the still good listed turf course here this afternoon. There is a scratch at the 2-horse Captain Maestri, as well as the number 8 Carmichael. The 3 is the favorite, my top selection for the Phipps stable, a homebred colt by Speightstown out of their race filly Sabbatical. This her first runner, and this colt's run some good races. He hasn't run a bad race yet. A third in a couple of seconds, all sprinting on dirt. Moves over to the turf here today, and when Shug McGahee puts horses on grass for the first time, he wins at a 21% clip and a positive ROI. So positive signs here with this colt as he transitions over to the grass and routing for the first time as well. That is Dreams of Tomorrow, who's 3-2. Gear Jockey, now with Rafael Bejarano, is my second choice. This is a colt for Calumet Farm that almost upset the world in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf last year at Santa Anita. He was 67-1 that day. He finished third, only beaten a length behind Structor. Prior to that, he ran a good race here at Keeneland in the Grade 3 Bourbon, where he was third to some other good horses, Peace Achieved and Vitology. Here's a colt that hasn't raced in 7 months, but the key is getting back to grass. They tried him on dirt in the last 2. He's by Twirling Candy, so you could see why they wanted to go that path and just see if they had options out of a Tappet mare. But off the 7-month layoff, back onto the turf. Look for him to get back to that form that we saw from him at the end of his 2-year-old season when racing on the grass course. And then finally, the 1-horse Telephone Talker, Wicked Strong colt, to put together a strong race. He's run he's much like the favorite, Gabby. He hasn't run a bad race, whether it be sprinting on dirt, routing on dirt, the recent turf try at Kentucky Downs, sprinting 6.5, and even the route race at Aqueduct. He always seems to show up, and you've got Maker and Gaffleone, a tandem that you cannot overlook.
Absolutely. Telephone Talker there looks great in the paddock. I, too, landed on the 3 Dreams of Tomorrow. A little bit surprised that the 7's actually not the favorite and that all the money's coming in on this horse, although I do really like him just from his pedigree alone to try the turf for the first time. But he is asked to do a couple of things for the first time, not only try the turf, but also go a distance of ground. This race is a mile and a 16th, and the farthest that this horse has gone on the main track is 7 furlongs. So a couple of things to, consider here. But looking at the pedigree, he's by Speightstown. He's out of the Medaglia d'Oro mare Sabbatical, who is a half sibling to Imagining, who was a Grade 1 winner on the turf, won the Grade 1 Man of War. So there's definitely pedigree to suggest that he should be able to make that transition to the turf. And just judging by some of his previous races and his running style, it also looks like he might have an easier time of it going 2 turns where he can maybe be more forwardly placed and settle today under Florent Giroux. The 7, a Gear Jockey, do take note, Rafael Bejarano in the irons today. Rider change there for Julian, and this one sent out by Rusty Arnold. Scott was mentioning him and what he did last season as a juvenile, and even competing against Structor, finishing 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. Now, after that, what do you do with a promising 2-year-old at the time going into your 3-year-old season? You try them on the dirt and see if they can maybe run in some of those Derby prep races and eventually take you to the Kentucky Derby. But this horse just did not pan out on that particular surface. I think he's a much better turf horse. He's bred to be better on the turf, and I'm happy to see him come back to his preferred surface. And he is good. I'm very scared of him. If you get anywhere near 4-1, I think that is a very fair price on this horse, who's shown a lot of talent on the turf before in the past. And then the 1, Telephone Talker for Mike Maker, is the 3rd selection here. 6.5 furlongs. He ran last time out off of a couple months on the shelf. His last race before that was in February down at Gulfstream Park, where he finished 3rd to the likes of Spa City and on the dirt. Clearly, his races are a little bit better on the turf. He was the beaten favorite last time out, but now he gets to a little bit more of a firmer going, and it does look like he will appreciate the added distance as he did last year, or earlier this year, I should say, when Chad Brown started to stretch his horse out in distance. It looked like he just continued to get a little bit better. So I like the distance and the surface here for Telephone Talker. This is a good field. Even with some of the scratches in here, we have some pretty nice-looking horses, some talented horses on the turf, so excited to get to it. But right now, your favorite is the 3 Dreams of Tomorrow, making his turf debut and his 2-turn debut at 8-5.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the 4-star maiden special weight, 3-year-olds and up, mile and a 16th over the turf, listed good, the rail at 15 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5, carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $17,828. Scratch the 2, Captain Maestri, scratch the 8, Carmichael, again 2 Captain Maestri and 8 Carmichael scratched. Jockey for the 7 gear jockey, Rafael Bejarano. 7 gear jockey, Rafael Bejarano, the jockey. Post time at 8 minutes.
Six minutes away from race number 6 here at Keeneland. This does start the late pick 5, 50-cent minimum wager. I want to start with a 1-horse. Good-looking colt is Telephone Talker by Wicked Strong, that son of Hard Spun, and this out of a Kitten's Joy mare. So the versatility, you've seen it on the track. You can see it in the pedigree as well, and he has got a very good look to him at 5-2. We talked about this, and we have and will continue to at length, the Maker Cathleon team and what they've been able to do. But look how good he looks in his warm-up. As good as he looked in the post-parade, he looks even better as he is moving. So Telephone Talker, 5-2, making a good impression over here on the front side. Then Trade Deadline. We haven't seen him in more than a year, but he's another good-looking horse. He's a gelding. He's been gelded since his last race over a year ago. Just a $65,000 purchase by Klarovich Stable, and shows up here today off that year layoff. Gabby, we'll see how he fares for Chad Brown. He's been working between Monmouth and then Keeneland. We've seen a few of these horses for Chad Brown, horses that were working at Monmouth. They come here, they get one workout at Keeneland, and then it's go time for him. So we'll see what this gelding's about.
Yeah, either Keeneland or Churchill. We've kind of seen both of those scenarios. He's a big boy. Look at him on track, Scott. I mean, he looks like a draft horse. He's got so much size to him, and you compare that to Harley, who's ponying him on the track, too, which is a very big horse. So I guess the question is whether or not he'll be ready to fire today. I think he's a very talented horse, but we'll see, if he's 100% cranked to do his best here today at a mile and a 16th.
And then let's go over to the 7-horse Gear Jockey. We talked about what he did last year. Hasn't been on grass since that Breeders' Cup near massive upset when he was 67-1 and only beaten a length. You had a chance to speak to Rusty Arnold, his conditioner. What are the expectations with him off the 7-month layoff?
He pretty much just said, Scott, that when you have a horse that's as good as him, you have to run him on the dirt and see if he will pan out on the dirt for some of those Derby prep races like the Fountain of Youth. But he's just a better turf horse. So this is the right surface. And he said he's matured. He's really grown up in the time being. He did have a small injury, a couple of hiccups. So they had to take him to the farm, give him some time. But since he came back to the racetrack, he's been training really forwardly. And it seems like it's go time.
It's pretty astonishing that you got a horse like this with what he did last year, and he's still a maiden. I mean, he's a length away from being a Grade 1 winner, a length and a quarter away from being a Grade 3 winner over this turf course. We'll see if he can pull off that first victory here today. He's 2-1, 4 minutes to play this late pick 5. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the 4-star, start of the late pick 5. They are at the post. They're off. There's Telephone Talker for the lead from the inside. Here comes Gear Jockey from the outside. Winter's Back, and also Dreams of Tomorrow now down toward the rail. Winter's Back takes the lead by just a head. Gear Jockey goes with that one. Dreams of Tomorrow, pretty anxious to go on early. And Florent Giroux has other ideas and tries to get Dreams of Tomorrow to settle down and relax back in that third position. Now starts to do so around the first turn. In the meantime, it is Winter's Back who's gotten the lead. Gets over next to the rail, leads it by 3/4 of a length. Gear Jockey is second, a length and a half. Dreams of Tomorrow is third by just a length. Ghost Lore is fourth in between horses. Luxor a wide fifth. Telephone Talker moves up a spot from the rail, and Trade Deadline last between horses after an opening quarter at 22.55 seconds. Winter's Back is the leader, 3/4 of a length up the backstretch to Gear Jockey, who's second, 3/4 of a length. Dreams of Tomorrow to the far outside now in third. Telephone Talker fourth. Ghost Lore fifth between horses. Luxor four outside, and then Trade Deadline between horses in that group at the back. 48.17 seconds for the first half mile. Over to the far turn they go. Winter's Back and Gear Jockey 1-2 separated by a neck. Dreams of Tomorrow tries to join them, and third up on the far outside. Telephone Talker is fourth, looking toward the inside, still nearly 3 lengths off the lead midway on the far turn. Gap of 3 back to Trade Deadline on the outside of Ghost Lore. Long way back now to Luxor. They turn for home. Winter's Back short lead. Here's Gear Jockey taking aim, and Dreams of Tomorrow in third. Telephone Talker in behind horses in fourth. Gear Jockey has the lead. Telephone Talker moves up behind the leader, changes lanes toward the outside. Winter's Back, his third down toward the rail. Dreams of Tomorrow fourth. Here's Telephone Talker coming after Gear Jockey. Winter's Back is fighting on gamely, but third. Down to the line, Telephone Talker in front. Telephone Talker, Tyler Gaffalione to win it. Winter's Back was home second. Gear Jockey third. Dreams of Tomorrow was across the line in fourth. And Trade Deadline was fifth.
Telephone Talker breaks through here today in his 6th career start as he had dead aim on the favorite Gear Jockey, who came off the turn maybe just a little bit wide, but the one had to go wider and eventually gets there. The son of Wicked Strong, a homebred for Ken and Sarah Ramsey.
Yeah, he's kind of leaning in here at this point, but Tyler Gaffalione straightens him up, and it looks like he wins by a legitimate length here. This has turned out to be quite a good business relationship between Mike Maker and Tyler Gaffalione. They've had a lot of success so far this year.
Photo for play, sold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. 1 Telephone Talker was first. 5 Winter's Back was second. 7 Gear Jockey third. 3 Dreams of Tomorrow was fourth. And 6 Trade Deadline was fifth. 15736 unofficial. Race 6, results official, 15736. The official results for Keeneland's 6th race. In the winner's circle, the official winner of Keeneland's 6th, the 4-star, One Telephone Talker, owned and bred in Kentucky by Kenneth and Sarah Ramsey, trained by Mike Maker, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Telephone Talker, 3-year-old son of Wicked Strong, out of Catherine's Kitten by Kitten's Joy. Mile and a 16th over the turf listed good, 1 minute 42.64 seconds. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering. Also the start of the $200,000 guaranteed pick 4 presented by TVG. And there's a carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $18,886. In this 7th race, reminder the jockey for the 6, Not a Problem, will be Martin Garcia. 6, Not a Problem, Martin Garcia. 8th race, jockey for the 1, Mucho, Ricardo Santana Jr. Number 1, Mucho, Ricardo Santana Jr. Featured 9th race, the Buffalo Trace Franklin County. Scratched the 1, Bohemian Bourbon. Scratched the 4, Tomlin. Again, scratch 1, Bohemian Bourbon, and scratch the 4, Tomlin. Jockey for the 7, winning envelope, Corey Lannery. Corey Lannery rides 7, winning envelope. 10th and final race, scratch the 1, Goulding. Number 1, Goulding is scratched. Jockey for the 9, Ocean Breeze. That'll be Ricardo Santana Jr. Ricardo Santana Jr., the jockey for number 9, Ocean Breeze.
$200,000 guaranteed late pick 4 presented by TVG starts in 17 minutes with this upcoming 7th race, and it begins with a $30,000 claimer, non-winners of 2 lifetime. They'll be sprinting 7 furlongs, the one-turn 7 furlongs here at Keeneland. And I will go to the number 2, Laura Marr, to start things off. Gets back on dirt for the first time since those impressive debut and second time out run at Colonial. Has good workouts between Fairhill and Keeneland. Mike Stidham turning this one loose here and dropping her in class. Certainly a contender at odds of 7-2. The 3, my second choice, Behind the Couch. Like that last race, I think she builds off of it. Second time out for Robbie Medina and Blackwood Stables. So we'll see if she can take a step forward here today as she sits right now as the 2-1 favorite with Tyler Gaffalione, who's having more success here today. We'll see if he can do it for Medina in this situation. And then finally, the 5, Letters to Bell, make it Ryan Hernandez Jr. That's a rider change on the 5, Gabby. Big drop down in class, a horse that's 1 for 17, but does have speed. We'll see if the class relief is something that can wake the Street Sense filly up.
All right, Scott. Well, I did go to the number 6, Not a Problem, as the top selection here for me on the board right now at 3-1 for trainer Rusty Arnold. Now, this horse has had a few turf performances, but also dirt efforts too. And ultimately, I thought that she might be a little bit better on the dirt surface. If you look back at her maiden special weight victory, I know it was a carded turf race and it came off the turf. So by that virtue alone, it probably was a little bit easier than a traditional maiden special weight, but she won easily. And the way that she was traveling in that race, it led me to believe that she might just be as good, if not better, on the dirt. And this is definitely an easier spot today at the $30,000 level than where she has been running as of late. So I gave her the slight edge here, but I do think that you have to respect the 3, Behind the Couch here for Robbie Medina. And this is a horse who sprinted last time out, coming in off of the freshening. She does get a little bit more distance to the 7 furlongs, but I don't think it should be an issue. And I definitely think she's got enough speed to put herself on the lead today under Tyler Gaffalione. She was an interesting one to me, and right now interesting to the betting public as your favorite at 2-1. And then Larimar will be the 3rd pick as well. Mike Stidham sends this horse out. This is the only filly that I think could potentially run with Behind the Couch because of the speed that she's even shown in some of her turf sprint races. At Colonial Downs, 3 starts back, she was on the lead in a pretty quick pace considering that the conditions of the turf that day. So it was a little bit on the softer side, and she still opened up on the field and, went wire to wire to break her maiden in that particular race. So not only does she get a pretty good drop in class, but also she could be a threat to the 3, Behind the Couch, in terms of running style. We'll see what she does here. She is on the board at 3-1 right now. But for me, it's going to be the 6, Not a Problem. Good price at 7-2, as this race does kick off the late pick 4 sequence, guaranteed at $200,000 today. And included in the sequence is the featured event. That is race 9, the grade 3 Buffalo Trace Franklin County Stakes. So make sure you get those tickets together and put them in. We are 14 minutes out from the late pick 4.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race. Fillies and mares age 3 and up. $30,000 claiming price. 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering. Also the start of the $200,000 guaranteed pick 4 presented by TVG. There is a carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $18,886. No scratches in race 7. A reminder, the jockey for the 6, not a problem, Martin Garcia. Martin Garcia rides the 6. Main track is fast, turf listed good. Start of the $200,000 guaranteed late pick 4 by TVG. 8 minutes to post.
She's got 6 minutes to play this guaranteed pick 4, $200,000 guarantee presented by TVG, and some horses that looked well out onto the track. Barbadola, the number 1 horse, with Chantal Sutherland for Laurie Hendrickson. Laurie had a horse run earlier today that looked equally as good, so great job by she and her team in getting these runners ready and looking well. This is a filly that moves over to the dirt for the first time sprinting since a Gulfstream Park West race all the way back in October of last year. 9-1 right now is what she sits at on the board. The number 3 horse, the 6-5 favorite, just clicked up from even money behind the couch. This filly was feeling good. She's had most of her attention since coming out onto the track with the pony. She just continues to play with that pony. That's where her attention is at. We'll see where she's at here for Robbie Medina in 6 minutes' time as she runs off of a good race at Churchill Downs in this spot. The number 6 horse is 7-2. Another one that looked well out there, no problem for Rusty Arnold. Racy-looking filly, Daughter of Blame. I think the shortening up based on the way that she looks could be a benefit for her. She ran that good, basically 1-turn mile over at Ellis Park from an inside draw back on the 2nd of July card. So I think that 7/8 really looks like it's going to be something that she can move forward from off of some okay races on turf going long. And then finally, the number 7 horse, Blonde by Nature, a Tapiture filly for Shane Sands. Another one looked well. Comes in from Belterra. This is obviously a big step up in class, but you can see this chestnut filly in her warm-up. She looks good, and she is a huge price. She's 26-1, the longest shot in this field. Gabby, you talked to Robbie Medina. He sends out the favorite. What's his take on this opportunity he's got in 5 minutes?
You know, I asked him about the 7 furlong distance because it looked like she showed speed and faded at 3/4 last time out. But he actually said that she was really fresh off of the freshening or the layoff, the short layoff. And she might have been a bit too keen that day. And he feels like he's gotten her to settle a bit more. So he does think that she can get the 7 furlongs today.
She's 3-2 right now. You've got 4 minutes now to play this guaranteed late pick 4, guaranteed at $200,000.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race. Start of the $200,000 guaranteed pick 4, presented by TVG. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Barbadalla from the inside, but step quicker is Larimar, and Larimar moves up now for the lead. Larimar to the front, behind the couch, now moves up into second from between horses. Letters to Bell, third on the far outside. Barbadalla backs off into the 4th position. Shelley's Gem goes 5th, joined by Not a Problem in 6th. And Blonde by Nature, last of the 7, 6 lengths off the lead for the move up the back stretch. Larimar the leader. Larimar leads it by 3/4 of a length. Behind the couch is second by a length. Letters to Bell third by 3/4 of a length. Barbadalla, Shelley's Gem between horses. Then Not a Problem far outside, gap of 2 more back to Blonde by Nature. It was 22.84 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Larimar is the leader, only by a half length. Behind the couch is second to the outside, then a gap of 4 more lengths back to Shelley's Gem, who moves by Letters to Bell, and they are followed by Not a Problem, who's being pushed along from 5th down toward the inside to the quarter pole. Here comes Behind the Couch to challenge Larimar, then a gap of 4 more lengths back to Shelley's Gem in 3rd, 4 more back of that one. Not a Problem is in 4th. Behind the Couch is right alongside of Larimar. Shelley's Gem is trying to catch the top 2 as they move through the final furlong. Behind the Couch, battling on with a short lead. Larimar still fighting on gamely. Shelley's Gem still running on from the outside. Shelley's Gem picks up the leaders now. Behind the Couch second. Shelley's Gem to the lead. Shelley's Gem to win it for Mitchell Merle. Behind the Couch was home second. Larimar was third. Not a Problem was 4th. And Blonde by Nature was 5th.
Shelley's Gem down the lane, picks him up and lays him down at 9-1. Congratulations out to NR Racing. Susan Netherwood, the winning conditioner with this Daughter of Tale of Akati.
Yeah, the 2 and the 3, Larimar and Behind the Couch, did all the dirty work on the front end, and this filly on the cutback and distance from the mile to the 7/8 looked like it was absolutely perfect for up in the nick of time at 9-1.
If you had her in the late pick 4, that is going to play bigger than 9-1, you've got to think. Here in leg number 1, 4-3-2-6, 7 unofficial.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. 4, Shelley's Gem was first. 3, Behind the Couch was second. 2, Larimar third. 6, Not a Problem was 4th. And 7, Blonde by Nature 5th. 4-3-2-6-7, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the unofficial winner, 4 Shelley's Gem, owned by NR Racing of Susan Netherwood, trained by Susan Netherwood. Mitchell Merle is the jockey. Shelley's Gem, 3-year-old filly by Tale of Icati, out of Run for Gold by Gold Spring. The winner bred in Kentucky by William Shadowin. 7 furlongs, 1 minute 26.19 seconds. Results still unofficial. It is now official for Keeneland's 7th race, 4-3-2-6-7, the official results for race 7. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering. This will start the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $23,734. In the 8th race, a reminder, the jockey for the 1 Mucho, Ricardo Santana Jr. Number 1 Mucho, Ricardo Santana Jr. Featured 9th race, 24th running at the Buffalo Trace Franklin County. Scratch the 1 Bohemian Bourbon, scratch the 4 Tomlin. Again, scratch the 1 Bohemian Bourbon and scratch the 4 Tomlin. Jockey for the 7 winning envelope, Corey Lannery. Corey Lannery rides 7 winning envelope. 10th and final race, scratch the 1 Goulding. That's in the 10th and final race. Scratch the 1 Goulding. Jockey for the 9 Ocean Breeze, Ricardo Santana Jr. Number 9, Ocean Breeze, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Race number 8, 19 minutes to post. I think a lot of folks probably regrouping after being knocked out of the late pick 4. Well, if you are and you're willing to take another swing, late pick 3 begins here in race number 8. And as we talked about this morning, Gabby, on today at Keeneland, this is a very good group of sprinting runners.
It is. It's a quality field here, Scott. It could easily be a graded stakes race, as some of these horses in here, Scott, have even competed against Grade 1 competition at one time in their career. Coppertown and the Cigar Mile, Hog Creek Hustle, and the Allen Jerkins and the Met Mile. So, yeah, this is a very nice group of sprinters.
I'm going with Lasting Legacy as the top play. He was DQ'd from the win last time out when running for 80. He's back in for 80 today as he's gone through his conditions. That's why they're here with him. And here's a horse that has run against very good runners prior to those recent starts. You look back to last season when he was running in Grade 3 company behind the likes of Jackson and Diamond Oops in the Grade 3 Mr. Prospector. That was going 7 furlongs. Diamond Oops, recent winner of the Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix Stakes last week on opening weekend. And you can see how big and stout of a 6-year-old son of Tapazar he is. Gary and Mary West purchased this horse for $200,000 at the Keeneland September sale of 2015, and he's made over $250,000. And they're not forcing the issue here. As I said this morning, they could have gone to stakes company, could have looked to a race like the Phoenix Stakes, but they're opting to keep him in a legitimate spot, and that's where he's at here today. 4-1, a good price on a horse that has proven himself at this level and against tougher in the past. Now, looking at bikinis, the big question for this colt is where is he at in his progression now at the age of 4? Because if he's in the same sort of form in which we last saw him over 10 months ago in that allowance race here at Keeneland, in the Grade 1 Cigar Mile, he could blow the doors off of this field. That's the number 4. And that's why I'm going to the 3, Coppertown, thinking that he could have the advantage over him. And he ran such a good race, did Coppertown, in that race with CZ Rocket, who's come on and picked up stakes wins out of the West Coast for Peter Miller. And also think back to that race on July 12th here at Keeneland during the summer meeting. That was a track record performance by CZ Rocket in 115 flat by 6.5, or going 6.5 rather. He comes out of that. Wesley takes him over to Belterra, gets that victory, gets that confidence back to him. Watch out for Coppertown, 10-1. It seems ridiculous looking at this horse's number right now based on especially what he did against CZ Rocket. And then looking at bikinis, going back to him, if he's back to the form that we saw from him over 10 months ago, he could really put on a dazzling performance. But this is a tough place to come off the layoff, this group that he's facing off against. That's why I'm willing to take a shot against him here today, Gabby. 10 months off, coming back against horses that have recent form, have run some very fast races. He's going to have to be fully cranked up here today and flash some speed to contend with this group with Javier Castellano in the saddle.
The one thing that's working in his favor, though, is that he did win first time out. He won his first 2 races, so he's shown that he can be ready early. He can be ready perhaps off of the layoff, too. I'll get to him in a minute, as he is my 3rd selection here. But the 3, Coppertown, he's who I opt for, and I agree with Scott. I think it's crazy that he's on the board at 10-1. You have to look past his last race and focus on his race at Keeneland during the summer meet. He was just beaten by CZ Rocket, who would go on to win back-to-back Grade 2 races out on the West Coast, and that was also his first start on the dirt since February of 2019. He had only sprinted on the turf one time, so you have to question, too, was he 100% fit for that race? And he put in a stellar performance. He came back to win in his next race, and I know it was a lower buyer speed figure, but I certainly think that he is capable of better. I guess the question is, he is so fast, can he continue that quickness to get the 7 furlongs today as, he's kind of campaigned between 6. Well, he did go 6.5 here at Keeneland 2 back, so I don't think it should be too much of an issue. We'll see if he gets the right type of trip, but I do think he's got class, and I like him at 10-1. The 2, Hog Creek Hustle, is the second pick for me, and it was interesting to see the campaign that he had this year, especially trying the turf at Kentucky Downs, stretching out in the Met Mile against the likes of Vekoma, and then finally cutting back to 7/8 last time out in a race that I thought he ran well in. I do think that the pace kind of fell apart. We saw Bourbon Resolution. He closed him off at the pace, but Hog Creek Hustle made more of an early move into that pace and then just kind of leveled off. I thought it was a good performance, and he was showing his kind of old self. in that race, and just making me believe that maybe he is getting back into the form that he was once capable of. And then the 4, looking at bikinis, is the third selection. Look, this is a tough field. He has to be 100% ready to fire today, and he certainly could. You can see him in the paddock. He's an athletic, very athletic looking colt. He looks fit, looks ready to go today. He's on the muscle too. So all positive signs for this horse coming in off the layoff. A horse that was really starting to show promise late in his 3-year-old season, running fourth against the likes of Maximum Security. And I think the 7 furlong distance is perfect for him. So the distance, surface, everything about this spot is a very good one for this horse to come back off of the freshening. Unfortunately, it's just not an easy race, so we'll see if he's ready to go, but he certainly looks ready to go in the paddock today, as he is your favorite at 8-5. But overall, a very good field. I thought this was one of the tougher races in the late pick 4 sequence. It looks like the betting public, though, disagrees with me, as they think it's all about the 4. Looking at bikinis at 8-5. We are 13 minutes out. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Denali allowance optional claiming race. The claiming price, $80,000. 3-year-olds and up, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $23,734. Jockey for the 1 Mucho will be Ricardo Santana Jr. Ricardo Santana Jr. rides the 1. Post time, 8 minutes.
Race number 8, 7 minutes to post. This very good group of sprinting runners. Muchos, who you're looking at 19-1. Nice looking colt by Blame. It's been a while since he's broke through with his second or third victory all the way back in November of 2019. But he's run some credible races. He always seems to have himself in a decent position in the end. I do like the way he looks. He's going to have to step up at 20-1 to contend, though, obviously, against the type of company that he's facing here in just 7 minutes' time. The number 4 horse, looking at bikinis, boy, did he look good when he came out onto the track. It's amazing how different these horses can look just walking through the tunnel, and once they get on their toes, they really start to fill up, and he is a horse that undoubtedly is fit and ready for this race off of the 10-month layoff. 2-1 right now. He continues to be the public choice here in race number 8. The number 6 horse, a 7-2 shot right now, Lasting Legacy. Just a good-looking chestnut. Look at him out on the track and how happy he is for trainer Brett Calhoun. This chestnut has run out over 255,000. He's won nearly half of his races, 5 victories from 12 starts. It's rare that he does not finish in the top 3, and he's back in the same spot in which he won last time out, but was actually disqualified on Kentucky Oaks Day at Churchill Downs. Gabe Saez gets the opportunity here today. We'll see if he can keep him straight down the lane and have him in that good early position like he always seems to have himself. And then the 9 horse at 9-1. This is Strike That for M&M Racing. M&M looking for their 3rd win today, along with Robertino Diodoro and their go-to rider in David Cohen. He was part of that race with Lasting Legacy at Churchill Downs. Prior to that was a winner going 7 furlongs at Saratoga. You've got to wonder, though, from a pace perspective, are things going to be slow enough early on for him to do what he was able to do at Saratoga, or does what happened last time out, his speed, carry him too far early or quicken too early to then tire late and end up finishing 3rd as he did behind Lasting Legacy? He's a tough one to read for me based on his pace and where he succeeds, and that's when he's out on the front end. But the way that the Diodoro horses are running right now at Keeneland, it is very tough to ignore him at odds of 10-1. 5 minutes away from race number 8, which again starts the final pick 3 opportunity on this Friday card, and we still have the feature to come, the Buffalo Trace, Franklin County.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Denali. They are at the post. They're off. Awkward beginning for Lasting Legacy, who went to his knees and now drops out to the back of the pack. Coppertown and Baracho out running to contest the early lead here in the opening strides, with Rubus joining them and Cove Blue to the far outside, looking at bikinis up close as well. In between horses, a very close fifth. Front five are separated by a half length up the back stretch. And then Strike That, who travels along in the sixth position. A break of 3 lengths back to Gray Magician in seventh. Visitant is eighth. Hog Creek Hustle is ninth. Then Lasting Legacy, who picks up a couple of spots, goes into the 10th spot onto the far turn. A lot of running to do from there, though. Mucho next to last. High North is alongside that one at the back. 22.25 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Midway on the far turn, looking at bikinis, has snuck up the rail and put ahead in front around the turn. Rubus is there up on the outside, fighting on from second. Now draws alongside the leader. Gap of 3, Baracho in third. Cove Blue is in fourth. Strike That is fifth. Lasting Legacy sixth. Is still 8 lengths from the front. Hog Creek Hustle going to try to pick up a couple of spots down toward the inside. 5 lengths off the lead. Rubus narrow lead. Looking at bikinis is fighting on toward the inside. Then Baracho and Strike That and Hog Creek Hustle. Hog Creek Hustle, can he get there in time? Finds an opening down toward the inside. It is Rubus. Hog Creek Hustle comes charging through. Strike That is running on from the outside. Hog Creek Hustle, Strike That. Hog Creek Hustle, Strike That. These two down to the line. Strike That gets up by a head. What a day for M&M Racing. 3 wins on the card.
Today, their office has been right here in Lexington, Kentucky. M&M Racing, 3rd win today. Robertino Diodoro, David Cohen. This horse 6-1, Gabby, beaten last time out by Lasting Legacy in that race at Churchill Downs. He bounces back to that Saratoga form we saw from him back in mid-August.
It's been quite a day for the connections here today. And Strike That, Scott, I think the difference was coming back to 7 furlongs. This horse just sat a really patient and perfect trip and had enough left to finish up at 7 furlongs. This is his distance.
Hog Creek Hustle continues to just be unlucky. He fires these big shots but comes up just short. And a strong enough performance off the layoff for looking at bikinis. Looks like he'll build off of that. But the 9, just too good for him here. Strike that. M&M, Diodoro, Cohen.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. 9 Strike That was first. 2 Hog Creek Hustle was second. 7 Rubus was third. 6 Lasting Legacy fourth. And 4 Looking at Bikinis fifth. 92764 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Denali, the unofficial winner, 9 Strike That. 3 wins today for these connections. M&M Racing of Mike Sisk, trainer Robertino Diodoro, jockey David Cohen. Strike That, a 4-year-old gelded son of Biondetti, out of Crooked Answer by Smart Strike, bred in Florida by Woodford Thoroughbreds. 7 furlongs, 1 minute 22.64 seconds, and the results are official. 92764, the official results for Keeneland's 8th race, the Denali. Keeneland's featured 9th upcoming 24th running of the Buffalo Trace Franklin County, a Grade 3. Turf is listed good, rail at 15 feet. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $25,570. Scratch the 1, Bohemian Bourbon. Scratch the 4, Tomlin. Again, scratch 1, Bohemian Bourbon, and scratch 4, Tomlin. Jockey for the 7 winning envelope, Corey Lannery. 7 winning envelope, jockey Corey Lannery. Looking to the 10th race, a reminder in race 10, scratch the 1, Goulding. That's the 10th event, scratch the 1, Goulding. Jockey for the 9, Ocean Breeze, Ricardo Santana Jr. 9 Ocean Breeze, Ricardo Santana Jr.
17 minutes away from this Friday feature, it is the Grade 3 Buffalo Trace Franklin County Stakes. Fillies and mares getting set to sprint 5.5 furlongs on the good listed turf course. I'm going to go to Intimistic as my top selection. This Intimistic filly, a 5-time winner, really impressed with her run at Ellis Park over that soft going on that afternoon. Backed it up with a third-place finish, going 6.5 behind Got Stormy in the ladies' sprint at Kentucky Downs. I think that today is the day for her, especially at 5.5. And you look at her numbers, the thoroughbred figs that she earned when sprinting on turf versus Got Stormy's figs on turf sprinting, they are the same. This filly is on par with Got Stormy going 5.5, and that's why I'm willing to take my shot against the, at one point in time, top miler, one of the top milers in the country. And she is my second choice, though, that filly Got Stormy, the daughter of Get Stormy for Gary Barber. She's made $1.9 million. She's a Grade 1 winner. Going back to last year in the Matriarch, runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Mile, Eclipse Award finalist. Tough to knock a mare like this. And this idea that Mark Casse has with her in sprinting her, as he revealed to Marty McGee of the Daily Racing Form, is that he feels that her speed will not be as effective against the world's top milers come Breeders' Cup time if there's a little bit more give in the ground, as there historically is in November here in Lexington, Kentucky. So he's backed her up. It worked out in the ladies' sprint. He's going to back her up even again here today, even further to 5.5, a distance that she's not gone before, but she is quick. We'll see how she handles it. Heavy expectations from the public as she sits at 3-5. And then Shalone, 24-1 on a filly that has made near $1 million when racing on dirt. Delacour and the Lail Stables opting to run her today on the grass. She's won 2 of her last 3. She ran into a next out winner last time out at Laurel in a quickly run stakes race. We'll see what she's about here today. Dialed In, don't necessarily look at Dialed Ins as turf runners, but he gets 10% turf winners, and we do see each and every year, it feels like at Royal Ascot, Gabby, Dialed In runners surfacing there in the 2-year-old ranks and taking to the turf. So we'll see what Shalone is able to do here today as they try her on grass. I'm trusting Arnold Delacour's judgment in this opportunity, and she's trained up at Fairhill. I guarantee you she's been over the grass more than a few times in that very unique and diverse training center in Maryland.
Have you seen some of the pictures of the turf course at Fairhill recently?
I have not.
They completely redid it. It is fabulous. So, yes, I would agree that she's probably been on the turf gallops, and Arnaud Delacour has kind of wanted to see her over the surface before in the past. I've been a big fan of hers for a very long time. I just question, why now? But I do like her as a racehorse, and she's on the board at 24-1. The 8 is where I land here at Change of Control. I just wanted to, I can't believe this horse is 44-1. Wow, that's shocking. This horse, I think, absolutely fits in this field. Why do we discount her? You look at her last race. Yes, it was a subpar performance, but it was over a soft ground at Kentucky Downs, 6.5 furlongs when she was going against Got Stormy. But we say this time and time again, sometimes 6.5 translates better to a mile. I think she is a true sprinter, turf sprinter. Her race 2 starts back was on the dirt, so you kind of have to skip over that one. And her last race, when she was sprinting traditionally on a turf surface at Churchill Downs, she won, and she beat Winning Envelope in that race. She had back-to-back wins, and even some of her stakes efforts over the course of the winter down at the fairgrounds, I thought, were not that far off of some of the competition that she faces here today. So call me crazy, but I do like her, and she's the top pick at 43-1. The 5, Jakarta, 6-1 on the board for trainer Mike Maker. She's actually pretty versatile. She's been able to go wire to wire, 6.5 furlongs at Kentucky Downs over that quirky turf course, and then even run a really impressive performance 2 starts back at Saratoga, going 5.5 furlongs, where she finished second to Kariba. So this is a filly that's been in very good form. I don't even know if anybody is fast enough to run with her early. The 6 Violent Times is posted just to her outside. She's quick, but I really don't think anybody is as fast as Jakarta, so she could have the tactical advantage. I should say the 3 Surrender Now could probably be a pace presence in here as well, but at least she's posted to her outside. So we'll see what Jakarta can do, but she's certainly quick, and I do like her on the board here today. And then finally, the 10, Got Stormy. Look, she is a classy, classy horse. Even looking at her campaign last year when she beat the boys in the Grade 1 4-star Dave, she came back to finish second in the Grade 1 Woodbine Mile, and then ultimately finished second to Uni in the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Mile. She had quite a year, and I know that she does better when she can string races together. She loves to run, and usually we see her kind of get to her true potential when she is a couple of races into her season. And so it's no surprise that one of her more impressive performances came this year, last time out in the Grade 3 Ladies Sprint at Kentucky Downs. And on top of that, she does like a firmer course. So I think that's a testament that just shows how strong of a performance that actually was last time out, that it was on a soft ground and she overcame a couple of things. She's in great form. I still just don't know if she will be able to navigate the distance here, if she is better at 5.5 furlongs. Maybe it might not matter. Maybe her class will still prevail, but there is a difference, in my opinion, between miler turf speed and 5.5 sprint turf speed. So she does have a lot of natural speed. I know Tyler Gaffalione, I spoke to him yesterday. He doesn't seem concerned, and he was very impressed by her performance last time out. So we'll see if she can put it all together at a distance she has never tried before, but she is such a classy individual and the classiest in this race, the most proven coming into this race at 4-5. It's the Grade 3 Buffalo Trace Franklin County Stakes, a featured event on this 10-race program. We're 11 minutes out.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured ninth race, 24th running of the Buffalo Trace Franklin County, a Grade 3 stakes for fillies and mares age 3 and up at 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. A reminder, scratch the 1 Bohemian Bourbon. Also scratch the 4 Tomlin. The jockey for the 7 winning envelope, that'll be Corey Lannery. Corey Lannery rides the 7 winning envelope. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $25,570. Post time, 6 minutes. Now the post parade for the Buffalo Trace Franklin County. 1 is Scratch, 2 is Into Mystic, owned by Chris Coleman and Brad King, trained by Brendan Walsh. Joe Talamo is up. 3 Surrender Now, owned by Rockingham Ranch of Gary Hartunian, trained by Steve Asmussen, the jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. 4 is Scratched, 5 is Jakarta, owned by 3 Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff, trained by Mike Maker, the jockey is Javier Castellano. 6 Violent Times, owned by Thoroughbred Acquisition Group LLC of Jorge Gonzalez, trained by Ralph Nix, Brian Hernandez Jr. to ride. 7 Winning Envelope, owned by the Lothenbach Stables Incorporated of Bob Lothenbach, trained by Chris Block, Corey Lannery, the jockey. 8 Change of Control, owned by Roddy Harrison, trained by Michelle Lovell, jockey Colby Hernandez. 9 Stillwater Cove is owned by Marcus Stables LLC of William Franz, trained by Wesley Ward, Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. 10 Got Stormy, owned by Gary Barber, trained by Mark Cassie, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 11 Chalone, owned by Lale Stables of Roy Jackson, the trainer is Arnaud Delacour, the jockey Rafael Bejarano. And 12 Ambassador Luna, owned by Voodoo Mon Racing of Vanessa Nye, trained by Jim Gulick, Florent Giroux is the jockey. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Wind has picked up a bit here at Keeneland Racecourse, and with that, the temperature has dropped a few degrees, and we'll see some rain as expected overnight. But for now, we've got a good listed turf course for these fillies and mares to run over. And starting with the 6, she's a really nice-looking filly. Violent Times, the daughter of Violence for trainer Ralph Nix, stakes winner last time out in the Anna T at Gulfstream, going 110-4 on the main track. She does have turf form in the past. She's won 1 from 7 tries. The presence of her in here for Ralph Nix certainly has to be respected. She looks well out there on the course as she warms up at 18-1. Then go to the number 9 horse at 16-1. Another one that looks good, Stillwater Cove. She looks ready to go off this lengthy layoff for Wesley Ward. This is a filly that was dynamite in her debut all the way back in 2018, went over to Royal Ascot, came back, won the Bolton Landing, a stakes race at Saratoga in August of 2018, and last year she ended her season with a victory in 2 Other Than Company. For her to come back here, and obviously there wouldn't be a lot of options for a filly that's cleared a 2 Other Than allowance race, but certainly some confidence from Wesley Ward. Gerardo Corrales gets the opportunity. Gerardo gets plenty of opportunities for Wesley Ward. She was ready to go. When she came out onto the track, she wanted to get moving. You can see her right now. Good attitude from the 9 at 16-1. And then finally, the 11 horse, 27-1. This is a nice looking filly, or 12 rather. This is a filly that's 21-1. Ambassador Luna for Voodoo Mon Racing and Jimmy Gulick, a winner at Churchill Downs in the Unbridled Sydney last time. She's run against some very good fillies. She was second at Ellis Park to Into Mystic. The number 2 at 4-1 is what she sits at, Into Mystic. And this filly, in her races prior to that, she'd run into Jean Elizabeth, who was a very fast horse of Larry Ravelli's. So the 12, if she can work out a trip, watch for her at a big number. The Buffalo Trace, Franklin County, just 3 minutes to post.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, the 24th running of the Buffalo Trace Franklin County Stakes, Grade 3. They are at the post. They're off at the Buffalo Trace Franklin County Stakes. There goes Surrender Now with Jakarta from the inside. Jakarta now pokes ahead in front from Surrender Now. In second, Stillwater Cove is away running in third. Ambassador Luna, fourth out in the center of the course. Into Mystic, fifth down toward the inside. Change of control between horses is in sixth. Violent Time, seventh. Shalone is eighth. Got Stormy is ninth. And Winning Envelope, last of the 10. But Jakarta is the leader. Jakarta leading Surrender Now, 3/4 of a length. Stillwater Cove moves up around the outside of Into Mystic, 21.84 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Ambassador Luna out in the center of the course is fifth and running 6 lengths from the front. Top of the stretch, Jakarta, the leader, chased by Stillwater Cove, 2 lengths between them. Surrender Now third. Into Mystic, fourth up on the outside as they come to the final furlong. Into Mystic making a more serious bid now, coming after Jakarta. Jakarta into Mystic. Got Stormy, is going to be running late down the far outside, but the wire's coming. Into Mystic short lead. Here's Got Stormy running on. Jakarta toward the rail. Into Mystic. Got Stormy is still trying at the wire. Photo for the win in the Buffalo Trace Franklin County. It will either be Got Stormy or Into Mystic for that top spot.
What a renewal of the Grade 3 Buffalo Trace Franklin County Stakes. Into Mischief. She did have to take back a little bit on the turn and come around horses. She gets the jump on Got Stormy, but here comes the Grade 1 winning mare. Does she get there is the question, Gabby.
I don't know. It's close. It's close. But I'm going to maybe say yes, Scott. But what a performance we just saw from Got Stormy. Just because mostly, Scott, she closed from last today, or well off of the pace. I shouldn't say last. As we take a closer look at the finish, she's getting down. That is very close to call. I don't know. I don't feel confident.
Let's take another look at it. The 2's in front. If she gets there, it's right at the wire. Still impossible to tell. The photo will reveal what a run. And whoever loses, that is not a losing run that they put in. That's going to be a tough one for those connections and that horse, but a very good run here in the Buffalo Trace, Franklin County.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured ninth race. In that photo for the win, the 10 Got Stormy finishing first. The 2 Into Mystic second. 5 Jakarta third. 8 Change of Control fourth. 7 Winning Envelope fifth. 10-2-5-8-7 unofficial. Keeneland's featured ninth race, 24th running of the Buffalo Trace, Franklin County, Grade 3. Number 10, Got Stormy, owned by Gary Barber, trained by Mark Cassie. 2 wins today for Tyler Gaffalione. Got Stormy, a 5-year-old daughter of Get Stormy out of Super Phoebe by Malabar Gold, bred in Kentucky by Mountjoy Stables, Pope and Mark McLean and Pope McLean Jr. This Keeneland September graduate gets the 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good, 1 minute 2.33 seconds. Results still unofficial. Results of race 9 official, 10-2-5-8-7, the official results of Keeneland's featured ninth. Now the trophy presentation for the featured Buffalo Trace, Franklin County. Mr. Bill Thomason, President and CEO of Keeneland, and Mrs. Barbara Thomason make the presentation and congratulate the connections of Got Stormy.
great horses can do just about everything, and I think it's time that we can start calling this mare, Godstormy, a great one after her performance today in the Grade 3 Buffalo Trace Franklin County Stakes. Tyler Gaffalione, all we've heard about is her speed, and it's going to be effective on these sprint races, and we've seen the speed from her in the past, but today she comes off the pace. Was that part of the plan?
Not necessarily. You know, she didn't get away the cleanest, and I didn't want to rush her up, and I figured just let her settle. I figured she should be much the best here, so we'll come with our run, and man, she really finished up nice.
What was that stretch run like being aboard her?
It's incredible. She's got some turn of foot, but man, whatever we throw at her, she keeps delivering, and I just feel so privileged to be able to ride her.
Job well done. Congratulations in adapting to that poor break or slow break. What were you thinking as the race was developing, David?
She broke a tad slow, Scott. When I saw the fractions, I wasn't overly concerned. She's trained beautifully. She's a champion. When you had to go wide around the turn, I was a little bit afraid we might have given away too much ground, but what an amazing kick. What a great ride. You know, the first and second coming out of the race in Kentucky down, so it just shows how strong the racing is down there. But she found a way to win. What a great call by Mark and Mr. Barber to run her here. They're shortening her back up. She's a filly that loves to run. They're not afraid to run her. And for her to win today is just very special, and hopefully we'll get her to the Breeders' Cup in great shape.
What did you do differently with her in training to get ready for these sprint races versus the top mile performances we saw from her last year?
Gabby asked me that question before the race, and maybe we'll answer that question after the Breeders' Cup. But no, we just try to keep her happy. It's pretty simple. It's not rocket science. But we try. She's a champion. She trains herself. We stay out of her way.
I feel like there's more to the story. We'll dig in as we get closer to the Breeders' Cup. Godstormy was sensational today in the Buffalo Trace, Franklin County.
Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming, the Fawn Leap. Scratch the one Goulding. Number 1 Goulding is scratch. A reminder, the jockey for the 9 Ocean Breeze, Ricardo Santana Jr. Ricardo Santana Jr. rides the 9 Ocean Breeze. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $28,044.
Race number 10, 15 minutes to post. This will close out what a wonderful card it's been here. And hats off again to Got Stormy and the team, Gary Barber, Mark Casse, and Tyler Gaffalione. What a performance, one that we'll certainly be talking about for days to come leading up to the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint here at Keeneland Racecourse. But we've got some nice fillies in here that certainly could be of stakes quality once moving past this non-1-2 allowance race. And Lady Rocket at 7-5 looks like she's got the makings of that. This is a Tail of the Cat filly that was purchased last year for $420,000 as a 2-year-old in training sale. And this filly was debuted at Saratoga from the inside. She was able to win that day, going 6.5 furlongs. She stumbled. She didn't have a clean trip, but she's just that talented. And these, I've always been a fan of Tail of the Cat. He looks like he's got another good one here in the makings. Lady Rocket for Frank Fletcher Racing. Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, 3-2, I think is justified here in the nightcap. The number 3 horse, 0-60, a daughter of Triple Crown winner American Pharaoh. This a Keeneland graduate from September 2018. Columbine Stable purchased her for $320,000, as mentioned by American Pharaoh, but she's from the First Dam Cat Moves, that daughter of Tail of the Cat, who was a Grade 1 winner of the Prior S Stakes on dirt. So she's got the dirt pedigree. She's already got a victory that came on turf. Perhaps she'll improve here today with the move over to the dirt. She's 7-2, another filly with significant upside moving forward in her career. And then finally, the number 6 horse, Palamita for Chad Brown and E5 Racing Thoroughbreds, a Into Mischief filly, a 4-year-old filly. She's taken on her sophomore counterparts primarily as far as the main play is concerned in here. And Palamita is a filly that's run against some quality runners. Palace Avenger 2 starts back. She has that recent run under her belt at Churchill Downs. Hopefully she can build off of that here today. You've got to respect her based on her races sprinting at 6 furlongs, especially 5-1 on the board right now. So that's the top 3 in a very difficult race, but it's tough to leave out Ocean Breeze, and Wayne Catalano touting the 9. Keep an eye on her at 3-1. She might be worth a win play right now if her price holds up at that.
Yeah, he was touting Pit Boss all day yesterday and the day before, and well, that horse showed up. So maybe the same case can be said for the number 9, Ocean Breeze, who's on the board at 3-1. I did not use her in the top 3, but I do respect her. The 4, She Can't Sing, is who I opt for at 9-1. I wanted to find a little bit of a price in this nightcap, and I do think that her credentials and her recent races warrant respect in here. She was 4th with a troubled trip going against Palamita and Ocean Breeze last time out. And mind you, yes, she was beaten 5.5 lengths in that race, but Miss T2 won by 5 lengths. So she was actually not that far off of Palamita and Ocean Breeze with trouble. She was blocked behind a wall of horses coming down the stretch. So I certainly think that she's on a level playing field with those other competitors, and you're looking at completely different prices. You're looking at 5-1 and 3-1 versus 9-1. And again, I think she's just as good as those horses. She just needs a little bit of racing luck and the right type of trip under Brian Hernandez. The 7, Lady Rocket, I think is interesting. Obviously, she was precocious enough to win in her debut. She was bet to 3-1 that particular day by Tail of the Cat. Look, she just was flashy in her debut. This obviously is much tougher. She's going against obviously 3-year-olds and upward here, but also accomplished allowance horses, even some stakes horses. So she does have to step it up, but the betting public certainly thinks she can do that, and she ran fast in her debut. Again, if she improves off of that, that could put her in the winner's circle. But as just trying to play devil's advocate for a horse that's likely going to be the favorite. And then the 6, Palamita, she just makes sense. She comes out of the same race. Miss T2, even Palace Avenger, 2 starts back, who was an X'd-out winner there at Saratoga. She ran against her. And now she's making her 3rd race off of the freshening. I'm just curious what kind of ride Tyler Gaffalione will put on her. I think she's probably better with an aggressive ride, and maybe we could see her in a position on the lead today and say, catch me if you can on the front end. But I respect her. She is 5-1, so if you like her, I think that's a fair price. But I opt for the 10-1 on the 4 horse here, and She Can't Sing. As we are 11 minutes out, the 10th and final race is coming up next.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Fawn Leap, an allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 1 Goulding, number 1 Goulding scratched. Jockey for the 9 Ocean Breeze, Ricardo Santana Jr. Number 9 Ocean Breeze, Ricardo Santana Jr. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $28,044. Post time at 7 minutes.
Number 10 here at Keeneland Racecourse as the 10th and final is in front of us, and we'll start with the number 7 horse who continues to be the favorite. That is Lady Rocket. She's got a big engine behind her, Gabby. She looks like a sprinter through and through based on her physical build, and we saw that on debut at Saratoga for Brad Cox and Frank Fletcher Racing.
She is rock solid. You can kind of see her there on the screen. But yeah, she also, not only that, Scott, she looks very fit, very defined at every level. But she also has a very nice presence, and that kind of put me over the edge. I think she really does seem like the horse to beat in here, although this is not an easy race. I mean, we have a couple of fillies in here that, have been very competitive against allowance competition, but based on what I'm seeing from her on the track, she does look like she's very talented.
We just saw the 9 come down to 2-1, so she's getting close to being the favorite in here for Gary and Mary West. Ricardo Santana Jr. picks up the race, or the call here for Wayne Catalano. Catalano had 2 winners yesterday, took the nightcap, and we'll see if this filly can show some improvement, which I think she's going to have to. I mean, she ran in a quickly run race last time out. Those were good runners, and then we talked about that Monday call race at Ellis Park. I believe, if we remember correctly, in the Audubon Oaks, Monday call broke the track record going 7/8 of a mile, and Sconson came out of there to take the Derby City distaff on Kentucky Derby weekend. So we'll see if this filly can step up here today.
She's a good-looking little thing, warming up on track. She's got her ears forward. She looks focused. Game on today. And do take note, Ricardo Santana Jr. picks up the mount for jockey Julian Leperoux.
2-1 right now. 2-1 on the 7, as these horses have evened up on the tote board, as we're 4 minutes away from the 10th and final here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Fawn Leap. They are at the post. They're off. There goes Ocean Breeze hustling for the lead. Palomita, step quicker though. Palomita, Lady Rocket, Ocean Breeze. Madame overserved up close and fourth. Down toward the inside. Majestic Blend out in the center of the track is away running in fifth. She Can't Sing is also toward the outside in the sixth position. And then 0 to 60 between horses in seventh. We the Clouds is last of the eighth into the far turn. Madame overserved, moves up the rail to challenge Palomita for the top spot. Lady Rocket third. On their far outside, a half length separate the top three. Majestic Blend is fourth. Ocean Breeze a close fifth, but caught wide on the turn. 22.67 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Palomita between horses has the lead. Lady Rocket tries to draw alongside from the second position. Madame overserved is now third. Ocean Breeze a wide fourth. Majestic Blend looking toward the inside from the fifth position. Into the stretch, Ocean Breeze down the far outside to challenge Lady Rocket and Palomita, who's still there down toward the inside. Ocean Breeze, center of the racetrack, trying to put a head in front. Lady Rocket is a stubborn foe. Palomita now third. Lady Rocket a neck in front, 16th pole. Ocean Breeze still trying. Lady Rocket too much. Lady Rocket, Florent Giroux to win it. Ocean Breeze was home second. Then it was Palomita across the line third, followed by She Can't Sing and Majestic Blend.
7-2, the off odds on Lady Rocket for Frank Fletcher Racing, Brad Cox, and Florent Giroux. Boy, did they lay it down the stretch, these top two fillies in the stretch. 110 flat the final time. These are two fillies that certainly will be keeping an eye on.
Yeah, Lady Rocket, she saw Ocean Breeze coming at her late, and she dug back in. This is a game filly, and I think she's got a bright future ahead of her.
Daughter of Tail the Cat takes the nightcap, and her price drifted up to 7-2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. 7, Lady Rocket was first. 9, Ocean Breeze was second. 6, Palomita was third. 4, She Can't Sing was fourth. 8, Majestic Blend fifth. 7, 9, 6, 4, 8, unofficial. In the winner's circle for race 10, the Fawn Leap, the unofficial winner, 7, Lady Rocket. Owned by Frank Fletcher Racing Operations of Frank Fletcher, owned also by 10 Strike Racing of Marshall Graham, trained by Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, the jockey. Lady Rocket, 3-year-old filly by Tail of the Cat out of Allen's Dancer by Escondrea, the winner bred in Kentucky by La Ciega LLC and Tail of the Cat Syndicate. Keeneland November graduate gets the 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 10.15 seconds. Race 10, results official, 79648 official for Keeneland's 10th. Pick 6 today pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. There will be a carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot tomorrow, $31,000. $31,201. The Super High 5 jackpot carryover for tomorrow's card. Live racing set to resume tomorrow, 1:05 p.m. Eastern. With the conclusion of today's Keeneland races, simulcast wagering will be ending. The mutual window's closing. If you plan to wager on any remaining races for today, we ask you please do so at this time, and we thank you. For now, on behalf of Keeneland and for Buffalo Trace, thank you and good evening.
Well, it was an excellent day of racing this Friday afternoon with 10 races on tap, and it certainly was a good day for a couple of connections in particular. We'll take you back through some of these races, especially even the first race kicked off in impressive fashion, and throughout the afternoon, well, it was a big day for trainer Robertino Diodoro and M&M Racing and David Cohen. They didn't just win one, and they didn't just win two, they won 3 races on today's program. But of course, the headliner of today's card was Got Stormy in the Grade 3 Buffalo Trace at Franklin County Stakes. It was a sensational performance from this filly, and honestly, I didn't think she got it in the end, but she did. A very tight finish between her and Into Mystic. An exciting day of racing today, and the racing does continue tomorrow with the Grade 1 QE2 presented by Dixiana and also the Grade 2 Hagyard Fayette. So we hope you join us tomorrow for another excellent 10 races on tap here at Keeneland.